All right. Sorry, we're here. So today I had a few things to do. First global, I'm gonna download League. I've been trying to get like a review copy of Mind's Eye, but I don't I don't know if it's reviewing super well. So I'm not sure they're interested in people reviewing it. Even though I should be eligible for it. I haven't been lucky. But there, it's kind of it's maybe unethical to get the game and then kind of shit on it a little bit. I expect that to be very fun, but in like watching a bad horror movie kind of way, you know? Exactly. I'm expecting it to be like watching Sharknado. So I'd like to be able to just like talk shit on it the whole time. So in that sense, I might have to purchase that one. Although I don't know if Aaron will be super happy about it. And then Dune's a game that I think I would really enjoy. Although maybe I don't have enough time to play it. But we're gonna. I think that what's free? Marvel Rivals is free. League is free. PoE 2 is PoE 2 free? What does it cost to get into beta? For Sharknado is a good movie. It's $30 for that. I'm pricing it out, figuring out what Aaron will be okay with me getting. I'm excited for it. I think it'll be fun. And I'm trying to have the games already kind of good to go. $12 gigs? It's downloading instantly. No, it's not. Is it downloading now? Or I have to install it? Installing. As long as the fucking Vanguard thing isn't open, like when I'm like doing other stuff. I mean, I don't think you can just be like, hey, send games to my Steam account. I'll play whatever games people send to my Steam account, to be fair, but I don't even know how you even do that. Is it just your Steam name? Is my Steam name isn't... I haven't used my Steam account in a minute, if I'm being honest. What movie is this? Oh, I watched this already. I watched this. I've already been linked this. This is a... It's very gory. System restart? It's fine. I'm not planning to play it anyway. I'm just trying to get stuff downloaded so I can not have as much. I don't think I'll have any issues tomorrow. I'm excited for it though. I think it'll be very fun. I don't like the idea of just playing random shit for the idea of getting to play with just like lots of random games for 24 hours actually sounds very fun. You can gift to any Steam friend. Oh, you have to be on friends? I mean, you guys can add me to play with me nowhere anyway on any game that we play. I think. Can someone see if this is what it is? Is that what it is? I don't know if it's addable. Oh wait, that's not it. It's two E's there. It's that. It's a weird one because I haven't used it in a long ass time, but also it's not originally my account. It was my brother's. I'm pretty sure. And then I have it. But it's been my account for however long I've been in the States. I don't think I've... Huh. You can't add it? That's not what it's supposed to be? It says... does it by Steam ID? It says Mesmerize NZ's account. Did I spell it differently that time? I think I spelled it the exact same way. I'm sure you can go to a friends list. Do I have people on my friends list? Solo Q Hell. I mean, it says on Miz, but I don't think that's what it is. I have an incoming request. I don't know when that's from though. It could be from a long ass time ago. I have a friend code. Friend code, okay. Alright. That's my friend code. I have people blocked. Oh, I think I see why they're blocked. Those some unhinged ass names. Alright, I think I accepted Av. Av, you on my friends? In Dune Awakening? I'm excited. And then today's stream will be pretty long too, but it'll be like a different time. I'm going to try and be on early tomorrow. Oh, it's just Miz? I don't think... You can't just add by name Miz, right? Because you can change it to whatever you want, can't you? Soul added me. All right, we're gonna start on this. I can't change the top part of my thing. Oh, I can change this though. I don't actually think Chuck is that far ahead of me. You totally well, we're doing this like a variety stream tomorrow where we do anything but WoW. I actually have no actual specific like goal for it. I think Aaron would really enjoy me playing some League, but I don't think it'll be only like it's going to be like lots of things. No more than 6 hours per game. So I would like to do minimum 4 games, but I'm okay with doing more than 4 games too. Yeah, Chuck won't be on for a bit. That's why I figured I'd catch him and see if he wanted to play later on. If he does want to play later on, that's all good too. So I was thinking either, you know, minimum 4 games, maybe some drinks. Maybe we like think of little things that are fun for each game too. Kind of go from there. So that's currently the plan. I think it'll be fun. I don't know how I feel about being drunk playing new games though, unless we do scary games. Which I don't know how I feel about those. I feel like I would just be fucking screaming, man. You show up as Miz? That's weird. I'd have to actually order the Nelsons, the Admiral Nelsons early, but that's the problem. The problem with that is the next day is brutal with the Nelson, man. When you have the Admiral, it's preferably you don't have a next day on the Nelson. Check Steam? How do I even check Steam? Check Steam. How do I check it? I'm super noob to it. Is that announce still valid? Which announce? I think the only announce I'm aware of is the liquid one we got lobbed. Oh, yeah, that's valid. That's for the next 12 days. Ev, I'm kind of confused on what I'm supposed to check. Steam. Steam. Your store. You have an account alert. No, it removed a code. It's this thing here, right? Fuck. You okay, Pity? Open Steam. Is it on the Miz? That's what I'm looking at. Profile? Pending invites? No notification or email. Is it on the inventory? That's just TF2 stuff. Pending gifts? Oh, fuck. There it is. Are you sure, Ev? Because you originally were like not sure if you wanted to do it. So Dune's getting added tomorrow to the games. You're sure? As long as you think it'll be a good experience for us. And you don't think it'll ruin it. I mean, we can obviously put more time in than that. Maybe. Look, if tomorrow goes well, we could do like a variety stream day a week and do different things. Okay. Maybe we, I don't know. I mean, being super optimistic, maybe tomorrow goes well enough that we do variety days more than one, maybe every 2 weeks or every 3 weeks or or whatever works for people, you know? I've never done it before, so I don't know how it's going to go. I've never ever streamed and not streamed WoW. I don't think, like, for a full, apart from like doing League, but when you're doing League, I was like trying to be try-hard at it, and it might be a little bit different when you're going to get shit on. So we're going to try, so we're going to add, so tomorrow we've got that added. 100%. It should, I'll download it now, actually. How do I download it? Library? Where is it? Did I accept it? Am I crazy? Dune Awakening. Install. Bro, I don't have much disk space. What the fuck? What kind of operation is this? How do I only have 170 gigs free? All right, we got as many games capped as that we have in disk space. Apparently that's kind of sus. I don't know how I have that little free. It says I think it's a 1 terabyte drive. It is. It is a 1 terabyte drive. I only have one drive, if I'm being honest. I mean, there's no way I should need more. Only 1 terabyte? I mean, I feel like one. I only play WoW. This is the first time I've not only played WoW. I don't know where it's being used, but I'm sure we can. Oh, hold on. There's a windows.old folder, and that is a windows.old folder, and it's so far 25. We can get rid of that, right? We can lob windows.old 28 gigs. How big is my WoW folder? My WoW folder is, holy shit, man. My WoW folder is 228 gigs. I guess when I upgraded from Windows 10 or something, maybe? But I'm confused. That still doesn't explain where most of the shit went, right? My new Windows folder looks like it's only like 20, 30, 40. Yeah, no, it's not much. Well, but it's the tier 2 54-month resub. I mean, it looks like Dune's a kind of small game. Is it actually only 40 terabytes? Can you check yours, F? 40 terabytes isn't burning through much. How big is I don't know how big Mind's Eye is. That's the other game that I think I'd really like to try. And I already have Marvel Rivals on my PC, I think. So let me see. Yeah, no, maybe I don't. Didn't I? Yeah, I do. I think I do. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, no, mine's 256 gigs, I think. And it's full, I'll be honest, but yeah. Let me see if this is... Do I have to... I don't know my password, man. I assume it's on my PC if that's installed. I mean, if Dune's small, that's sick. Because Dune is downloading now. Hopefully it's not lagging me. Is it lagging me at all? No. Wait, no, it hasn't started. I would accept this. And I want to try to run it as well today. And get my settings set up. Because I don't want to waste time tomorrow. I want it to be like nice and continuous. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I mean, today is going to be like kind of a relaxed stream. I'm going to try and do a bit of leveling on this. I don't think Chuck's very far ahead. And then my focus is on getting every game preloaded. The thing about the variety stream is I actually really enjoy the idea of it, but it's something that generally is, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I guess look, if we end up playing, if this ever happens again, then I might need more than my current space. But for right now, it's probably fine. Thank you, Ev, buddy. That's very, very kind of you, man. I'm excited to try it out. And then I think League's downloaded. We've got League installed, and Aaron said that we both have accounts that are leveled already on it still. I don't know if they've changed anything. I haven't played it probably in a couple years. And then I've got Dune, and then that's installing now. How fast is that installing? Oh, it's lagging me. Okay, hang on. I gotta cap this. How do I cap it? Downloads. Limit download speed. Let's do 10,000, maybe. I think 10,000 might be okay. It's deciding whether that's okay. It's deciding if it can handle it or not. Wait, it's ignoring what I said though. I said to cap it and it didn't cap it. It says cap it, download. I mean, this is the setting we're looking for, right? Okay. I don't have any QoS. I don't have any QoS on any of my stuff. So if I, and also, wait, I'm actually kind of confused by that. Why does downloading, can anyone answer this question? Why does downloading very quickly impacts my upload? Anyone? No, well, maybe. I don't think it's anywhere near. I mean, I guess it's just maxing out the absolute capacity, but now I've got it capped at, it's capped at 5.3 megabits per second, which should be completely fine. Streaming is uploading, yeah. That's why I was a little bit confused, but it's got to have some sort of interaction with with your download as well. But download always uses upload? You mean like the link is saturated? So you can like completely saturate your link to the point that it can't use any upload as well? That's crazy. I mean, I get that it's a shared medium, right? So you're saying that you have a certain amount of flex in you're saying that your pipe, like your connection, has a certain amount of flex where you can basically turn your upload into download? That's what you're suggesting is happening, right? Can go across this over here, I guess. Level 17 quest. What level am I? 15? Maybe a teeny bit suspicious. Should I go to an owl and start training it? It has to communicate. Oh, it has to like it does like a handshake. Oh, it's TCP. I understand that. Bro, I've done this shit. You're saying the TCP protocol has like a handshake mechanism for every single. It's constantly saying, "Hey, I got like it's going back and forth." Right? Isn't that TCP/IP? See, I have a bit of knowledge. that I probably should have recognized because I knew that knowledge 10 years ago. No, so basically it's the way you have two different types of like I mean this is super dated information, but you've got UDP and TCP. UDP is like it doesn't you get sent data and you don't have to tell them that you receive the data. It just sends it at you and you just deal with it. But with TCP data, it sends you data and you have to basically like do like a kind of like a handshake to say I received it, and this was like the you like I think it's all a hash as well. So like basically you received it, and it checks to make sure it's not like it has error checking it as well, and everything you receive. So because it's using TCP/IP, the TCP protocol, it's got a handshake all the data it receives. So the error checking, like so basically Steam can send you a game, and it doesn't have to check that the game is all correct. The game will be all correct because the actual protocol does that for them effectively. I mean, it does eventually at the end. Once it's all finished, Steam will check to make sure it's all correct. But I believe, like, at least at the time, it doesn't have to. Exactly. Yeah, I should know stuff, man. I'm an idiot. I didn't think about it from like a network protocol standpoint.
My goods are of the highest quality. Good luck.
So I've decided I'm going to get an owl now. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense at all and do that, to be honest. I always wondered why, and I just sort of thought about it. This is a question I've been meaning to ask for a couple years now. Anyway, it's downloading at a much safer rate now. It'll take a while at that speed, at only 5 megabits per second, but it won't interfere with anything else. So we're chilling. We'll still get, I mean, the goal is to get it down. We're all day. I still have 12 hours today, right? I'll be around for 12 hours tonight. So the idea is by the end of the 12 hours to have the library of games sorted out for tomorrow. So I don't interrupt tomorrow's stream to do that because, you know, in a 24-hour stream, you'll take little breaks anyway. Yeah, but I never understood why. I mean, I technically was taught why. Do I not have stream protection on? 1BG? If I DC, is it immediately booting everyone out? I think it generates new VOD if I close it and reopen it and it starts a new session. So it started a new one. Huh. I thought I did. But mine crashed completely. Like it gave up. I had to like Alt F4 or I had to like control like a task manager close my OBS. It completely had enough. Yeah, I had to close OBS to get it to end the stream. OBS had fucking enough of that stuff. This is hardcore, vanilla hardcore. We'll play a bit of it today. We won't necessarily play a ton of it today. Looking to find the highest level owl we can find. And then just level it up as fast as we can. The reason why it's worth doing this now is because your owl, it doesn't, you don't replace your owl until light level 50 something. Yeah, the carrion's way worse than owl though. That's why I'm doing it. At level 16, you can get a carrion bird, but owl crushes carrion bird. The best thing to do is have an owl, and you just keep because so carrion does less damage and has less armor, I think. But obviously it has screech, which is OP. But yeah, owl is by far the best pet for hardcore. Hold on a second, man. What is that? That is, I just Googled that. I wish I hadn't. So I could have sworn somewhere there's high level ones. It's got to be like, it's got to be up here. I think. Level 9. Reach 1. Wait. That's interesting. So the owl's head don't have it. The owl's head get taught it by the one. You have to get an owl. The owl has nothing. And you teach the owl screech by going to by going to it's suggesting that the highest level ally I can get is one of these things at level 9. Which is a bit unfortunate because it takes like quite a bit of XP to level. Okay. Yeah, it looks like hunters are the 8 to 9 ones. Okay, so the highest level one I can find is level 9. I'm not sure how variety will work, but I'm excited to get the chance to try it. It's something that personally I'm looking forward to a lot. But really not. I'd really not rather without a pet aggro 2 mobs if I could avoid it. Does he eat anything? Meat? Eats meat. Hang out the flight path. There, we made it. Where's my owl at? Owlie? Yeah. Well, I just got an owl now. But yeah. I think there's a bow person there too. I gotta learn. Oh fuck, I have to go back. I think. I have to go learn bows, and I think you only learn Dynasis. I had to do this anyway. I had two things to do, I guess. Unless there's a weapon master here, but I kind of doubt it.
Greetings.
I am listening.
Gonna save some time. Don't tell me about no connecting flight paths.
The hippogriff is a noble
God
beast,
damn it, man.
proud and swift. They are an honor to train and can quickly take their rider a great distance.
God damn it.
May a loon walk with you, adventurer. The Temple of the Moon has come to help the troubled citizens of Oberdeen. I hope the Murloc did not give you much trouble in collecting this for us.
That's
I will be
a
sure
bit
to
unfortunate,
next
if I'm being
hippogriff
honest.
is Darnassus.
A lot unfortunate.
Has given me some funds to hand
How's my
out.
download going? We are at...
Come with our thanks.
Honestly, it's going kind of slow at 5 megas per second, I guess.
Chance to aid the Temple of the Moon further, if you are interested.
Maybe it needs a little more than 10. Maybe 8,000?
There are more along the coastline and even in the water. I would like for you to investigate another one that we know of. This one was reported to be in the
What were the
water
arena changes they put on?
close to a sunken vessel. Return to me with anything that you may recover that would aid our research. Also, in your travels you may find other creatures. By all means, if you should discover anything, then please bring it to our attention.
Not that crazy. I mean, for reference here, there's 60% dampening with that change after after 10 minutes, right? I mean, 21 rank 1s is kind of small as well. I mean, it seems like a pretty good change. Hard to be against that. It's like meaning wow. It's just kind of weird to have so many different versions of WoW, I suppose. It's an interesting point of view, Sumi. That yeah, I mean, I could see it. Sometimes content creation probably is like kind of productive to it, unless the game is created in a very addictive way. But I imagine like a lot of story games are actually spoiled by people just streaming them, right? The game has to have a lot of replayability to survive being streamed. Or like a very novel challenge.
Vishnu Allah. What brings you here?
This is what we need, right?
The grace with which I fight is not something I can teach you, but I can teach you the use of various weapons. Be careful.
Goods are of the highest
What brings
quality.
you?
My goods are of the highest quality. Del Nada.
I am honored.
I don't know what the trainer is.
Of all the
There's another game, so cool to last landing main game anymore. Yeah, I mean, I think Marvel Rivals is a good example of that. To be honest, I think Valorant, those roguelite main games. I don't think people.
here in Darnassus, you will find
I don't think it's so impossible to do that. I think it's done quite frequently. I think there are many examples of games that were made that were not like that, but
I will guide you to one who can become your mentor. You have but to name your chosen path. You are fortunate to have come to Darnassus, where you can find such an accomplished hunter as Jocasti among our trainers. I encourage you to visit her over in the Cenarion Enclave and seek her tutelage.
Welcome to the Cenarian Circle, adventurer. How may I assist you? Goodbye. To maintain our link to the mainland, we have hippogriffs constantly flying between Rutheran Village and Darkshore.
All right. So we've got a few things we need to do here. I'm not sure the best way to do it. Basically, what is the best way to level up Petley? We can't really do level 17 quests, right? We'll get annihilated by level 17 quests. I also don't think Chuck is even level... I don't know if Chuck leveled at all. Does anyone know if Chuck leveled at all? Maybe I should just go grind in Westfall to level my pet up.
Greetings, person. I am Tharnarian.
I genuinely don't know if he did much yesterday.
Only just begun, adventurer. Are you prepared?
Yeah, he did some gambling and stuff. I don't know if he actually leveled much at all.
Does not work. It saddens me greatly to order the death of any of nature's beasts.
You called it at 23 hours?
Thistle bears must be.
I mean, that's fair enough, man.
Return to the forest and destroy.
I think that's more than fair enough.
Bears, adventurer. It will most certainly not put a stop to the plague, but it will slow down the damage the animals are doing to our forest and its inhabitants for a short
No,
time.
I don't. He didn't.
This is
Well,
news indeed, adventurer.
I guess I sort of preached, but really the reality was that it's just like such a shit thing for Aaron.
Prepare ourselves
Because she wants me to do the 24-hour stream on like tomorrow, and you can kind of see like she did not want me to do a 24-hour stream yesterday, and that's fair enough, right? Like two 24-hour streams. She's it's like maybe it's a bit brutal for me from a sleep. Like I don't mind being a zombie for a minute or two. And honestly, during the subathon, I was a full-on zombie. Like I have already experienced as bad as it'll ever get. During the subathon was holy fuck, that was painful. I could do multiple 24-hour streams and it wouldn't feel that bad. Like I would not. During the subathon, the first 2 days of it, I did like a 32-hour stream with like only a 6-hour break and then 24 hours right afterwards. And I hadn't even recovered. I didn't have like I didn't recuperate. I went straight into another one.
Hail, young person. I am Alyssa Starbreeze.
It was mind-bending.
To this end, I sent Balthuel Shadowstrike to observe the strange
Does Sam still 18 hours? I feel like he probably just has other stuff he's doing.
It is past time that he should have returned. I worry that
He's got to exist a little bit too, yeah.
Danger in the forest. I would be most appreciative if you would find him and see that he is doing well.
Man, I wonder if I should go down this thing.
Figment of my imagination. I feel as though
My concern basically is
foul highborn magic upon them.
what are these guys? 13? Can Pity attack him?
Dormant evil might never be released again. Well met, adventurer.
Wait, is he actually sleeping on camera for 18 hours? That you can see him there asleep for 18 hours?
For some time we have dealt with not only forest dwellers who are now openly presence, but also the outright corruption of the forest itself. Hopefully you might be able to lend Oberdeen aid during these troubling times. The Cliffspring River has begun to be foul and corrupted. It empties into the mist's edge, and I fear the wash will affect Oberdeen soon. I suspect the Blackwood Furball River are the cause of the taint. I also suspect that they aren't the true reason. Take this sampling tube and go to the mouth of the river to our north. Proceed inland to the first waterfall and draw a sample from the pool there. You'll see a bridge overhead. Once you have a sample, return to me.
Oh, that's clever. That would be fucking clever. Holy shit, that is diabolical on BG. That is fucking diabolical. You can even add some like ambient, like you could do like a nice little like loop and put people where you notice it as well. Honestly, you could just take a recording of you sleeping a certain night and like you could have like a nice little like 5-hour recording or something like that and just play that so it even has like accurate lighting and stuff. No streamers ever done that? Has a streamer done that? No comment? Oh no. This one, I think there's a Bowyer person over here somewhere. I do want to see what Chuck's at though. There's Red Guide. Right, so one thing I haven't actually tried. I never played any Red MoP. I wonder if I would have enjoyed it. See what Chuck got up to. His leveling, he did. Oh, he looks tired as shit in this. Oh, that's brutal. You can see that he's level 17. So he's a good amount ahead of me.
brings you here?
I'm listening.
Maybe I should try some
Be with
some rat.
Peace be with you.
There was a bowyer like over here somewhere. I feel like when I was doing this, I don't know if I'd go to the spot to buy my arrows, right? Mr. Bowyer? You in here, Mr. Bowyer?
Loon be with you.
No? Are you out here?
Hello.
No? Are you on the second floor in here? No? After fish or baking. This would be a weird place for a bowyer, but no? Service on Doomhal, I think.
Ishnu Allah.
Ishnu dal dieb.
Why would you do that to yourself, man? Why would you take melatonin and then try and stay awake? Huh. You don't want a single bowyer in here? Because I know there's one on the other island, but for me, melatonin gives me crazy nightmares.
How may I help?
Where the fuck is the bowyer? Hmm. It's annoying.
Greet these great beasts know paths that you can't find on foot. They'll get you there fast and maybe show you something new at the same time.
Actually, I have Mantle Harbor as a flight path at least. How's my download going? Slow, but progressing. How big is Mind's Eye? Mind's Eye game download size 47. That's not too bad. Oh, it was right here, right?
you. Greetings.
I can't afford it. But look at it, man. But fucking look at it. I think we've ended every item we have. I mean, look at it. 3.2 to 7.4. Wait. 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 Which one's better of these two? I guess the fire and longbow is better.
For the Alliance.
All right, this part's a bit sketchy. We have to put our pet away. And we have to go across to the other side of the thing with no pet. Actually, I guess you can like stable your pet and then grab.
Light be with you.
You can stable your pet,
Careful.
and then we got to go. Where do we have to go? We have to go across to like I think it's over here with the greater carrion. Yeah, but I think that was man. We're doing a little bit of wait. It's over here. Hold on, they're this way. Oh, they're just over here. But just catch up to Chuck real quick. We'll do retail stuff afterwards, I think, or MoP stuff. Then I have 118 month resetability as well. I'm good. I'm good. Are you looking forward to MoP at all? Are you planning? I heard that you weren't necessarily planning to play MoP at all, which I think would be kind of tragic. You are playing MoP? Okay, good. I was gonna say that would be actually truly tragic. Yeah, no, me too. I'm with you on that. I definitely plan to go straight back to retail as soon as season 3 comes out. And season 3 looks good, I think. These can stun me and farm me, I think. Don't do it. Well, okay. So my general thought on the patch for season 3 is it very clearly has not fixed what I think are the actual issues. Oh, it resisted. Oh, I gotta fucking reset. It hasn't fixed like the rewards pretty bad, right? I'm not even talking like is it shuffle or blitz or anything. I'm just saying like broadly speaking, there aren't crazy hooks to actually justify your time in PvP. I think there's far better reward circuitry for PvE stuff. Not just in terms of like so PvP needs to have better rewards than PvE, by the way. Because in PvE, one of the main rewards, the main reward circuit is just gear. Right? It takes you to get full gear in PvE takes you a very long time. And they even thought about that. And they keep adding mid-season updates to your gearing. They give you more upgrades to do to get more eye level. They give you new items to farm, like that new fucking belt and whatever else. Like they keep you on the gear treadmill as long as possible. That is not the case in PvP, which means they need to give you other things. I mean, a mount isn't really I don't even think a mount's enough. I'm gonna be honest. I think a mount people would get it and be like, okay, now what? Like I think it needs to have a very fully fledged system. Like I think the same is true of mini games. If you don't give them any actual, you have to create a full reward circuit. Like something that you are persistently interested in doing. And currently PvP is reliant entirely on gameplay for that. And I don't know if that's going to work. Yeah, I mean, the reason the new version of Planet Storm was kind of dog shit, but the original version of Planet Storm where it was like a big battle pass, I'm a fan of. But I think it inherently needs to be very grindy. Whatever they do. I think PvP especially among all needs to be very grindy. Maybe with time gated progress on your battle pass, weekly, daily, that type of thing, but without gear the alternative is they go back to gear as an option, but either way, Doesn't matter what I mean. I'm not a dev. What do I know? All I know is that they didn't fix that in season 3, and that was one of the things I really had hopes for. I was really hoping to see in season 3 that they were looking to I was really hoping to see that they. This should have learned a new spell. I think we have it. Yeah, I mean, I just personally think that CR is not even part of my like. I know that a lot of people talk about like inflation and all that kind of thing. I don't actually think CR is a like. I think if we are focused on CR so heavily that it's pretty doomed. I think they have to start thinking outside. They have to start thinking about like, you know, general MMO gameplay mechanics, reasons that people would want to do things. And otherwise they're going to have big issues, I would say. Yeah, I get that. But it's just like basically, even if you give everyone, let's say they give everyone a whole bunch of rating, right? They just, okay, fuck it. You know, let's not eyeball this. Let's give you 500 rating for the season. So everyone goes up in rating and everyone in the game simultaneously gets their season and their best, like their most progress that they've ever had. You know, they could do that. It's not have them to do that. They could 100% do that if they wanted to. Right? I don't think it would I think it maybe would have a short-term benefit and then it would immediately be no longer beneficial the following season. I think it would be beneficial for one season and then it would be kind of irrelevant. That's my maybe slightly pessimistic point of view. So I don't know if Sierra is a good way to heavily incentivize. Again, just the way I see things. I don't know if Sierra would be the way I would do it. Although I do think Sierra is part of it. Sierra is usually a consequence of activity. So your goal is like, how do we get activity? Because I don't think, generally speaking, if you pump 500 rating of inflation into the game, that will make new players play. I think rewards do. I think in PvE, like if you can imagine a world where PvE had no gearing, if you took the PvP style of gearing, I guess is a better way of looking at it. If you took the PvP style of gearing and you applied that to PvE, I think the game would fucking collapse in 3 seconds. I think WoW would literally have to close up if they tried to attempt a system where there was no gear, like as a relevant part of it. I think the game would fold very, very quickly. I think, and I say that because, you know, someone who raided for a long, long time, people who got full gear quit insta every time. I don't think I've met a single person in PvE in my time playing across the like 15 years or so that I PvE'd. I don't think I found a single person that wanted to play the game after they got full gear. Gear is the ultimate like endpoint for everyone, every season. I think it's fine in PvP they don't do that, by the way. I'm not saying that PvP has to have gear as a part of it. But if you're gonna go with not gear as your main system, you've got to put in something that isn't just rating. You have to put something in that has a similar progression curve to give people a sense of like, I'm playing and maybe I'm losing or maybe I'm like splitting. Maybe I'm going 3-3 all day on a healer. But they have to feel like they've gained something. They have to feel like they've progressed in some form. It's okay, but he's in a 43-month resub as well, man. I only have 5 points for that, so I can't train those. Just kind of concerned doing this that he is technically in fight these letter pet without too much trouble. I'm fine with them doing the gladiator. I still think that they should maybe think further beyond. A lot of players aren't going to be super. I think a lot of us are like trained to love gladiator as the endpoint reward because that's how the game has been designed for a long time. I'm personally a fan of them actually thinking a bit more broad. I think I'm fine with that. Right, that's a cool suggestion. But my general thought is that I would like them to cook a bit harder than just giving that glad. Because I think there are a lot of players that have already achieved glad that wouldn't feel super psyched about that. In fact, a lot of players that are glad that would feel bad about that. So I'd like them to be a little more creative. In a perfect world, at least. Do you want Mythic Plus for get only rating? I guess the question is who were. Hey there, how you doing, buddy? I happy with the new season 7 on. I don't personally think that they've put in the stuff that I was really hoping to see, but maybe we'll see it next expansion. I was really hoping to see some stuff related to rewards more. I think like the stuff they've done. I mean, I would say in general that the team that's working on like design and gameplay and tuning, the last 2 expansions has done an exceptionally good job. The team that's been working on rewards and like everything else in PvP, I don't love personally. I think it's hard. It's hard, even with the best designed game of all time. In terms of gameplay, it's not going to save next season, and it's not going to create a ton of activity because the majority of players aren't going to be playing at Gladiator or even appreciate truly class balance changes. To be honest, I think the you look at like right now. So for example, this is the least season 2 of War Within is the least played season I think I've ever seen. Ever across I've played every season. I think it's the least played season. They're the least rank 1 spots, and the least rank 1 spots is driven by the fact that there are the least number of players playing the game overall. And my thought on why that is that it's not about the gladiators and the rank 1s and the people that are interested in like class balance. It's the other 99% of the game that aren't at that point that just don't have a reason to play. I mean, I just don't think people care about balance changes. I think there are people that really care about balance changes, like myself, but the majority of players don't give a fuck. So, like, making a perfectly balanced game doesn't actually affect that. Creating a game that has you actually like you feel like you get rewarded for nothing, like gearing, losing, etc. A lot of dooming. I don't think dooming is causing the 99%. I don't think the 99% that would normally make up PvP have any interest in streaming or the community whatsoever. I don't think they watch any Twitch. I think the majority of we're talking about players that are 1K rated that maybe are mostly players that mostly PvE and don't even PvP much. You know what I mean? Like it's not when like the issue isn't the really good players like you guys. The issue is that the other 99% of the game just didn't bother playing. And that's, you know, we have no contact or like none of us are really making up that population. You guys are all really good. I'm not saying that they're bad for not playing as well. I'm just saying, like, you know, you guys are interested in balance, and you have interest in the glad mat rewards and all that kind of stuff. But the vast majority of the game will never get glad, will never get 1500 rated probably, and they probably jump into PvP for like 10 games and then jump out, and that's okay, right? And that's if you look at the way that the rewards work, the way that rank 1 works, rank 1 is only like 0.01% of the player base. So the 99.9% of the player base that are not included in that are what make up the rank 1 spots. The rank 1 spots are not made up from like more high-end PvP as PvP. They have no impact whatsoever. I logged kind of early. I was off at like 2 a.m. yesterday. So kinda. Chuck, I think, logged maybe an hour early, but I wasn't around for the last, I think 6 hours of a stream or so. I think I logged off at about, maybe I was like 17 hours into a stream actually. 16 hours, 17 hours in. I did a pretty long one, but All right, we're mostly back. I guess PvP has a weird dynamic with gear too. Gear's all relative, right? In PvP, but in PvE, you can expect to get more IO the better gear you are. Like it's guaranteed, right? But in PvP, getting better gear doesn't make you high rated at all because everyone's gearing at the same rate you are. Everyone has the same gear. Well, I mean, the mobs aren't scaling with you. As you get gear, the mobs you fight don't get gear unless you do a higher difficulty, which would mean that you're playing at a higher rating. How we doing? Oh, my pet's already leveled twice. I think gas still increase your damage even if you're, quote, bad. So our goal is to stick around until we get basically a certain amount of gold to buy the bow upgrade we want. I think that's our initial plan. Not sure the best way to do that is. Really? I did see the MoP changes. They look good. I mean, especially considering so far. So far. we don't need that much silver, I suppose. Wait, did Pity level again? Oh, he's going fast, man. This was definitely the right play. Pity is leveling really quick. He's only kind of 3 levels away from where I was at before. These guys can drop a hidden treasure, which kind of runs you all over the place. Not completely sure on the container spell for delves. I'm sorry. I don't play any prop palette at the moment. So Frontier is a hardcore guild. They're kind of like, what they're attempting to do is to do they want to try and clear the raids without world buffs in classic, which on hardcore is really crazy. If I'm being totally honest. Really, really crazy. He's already level 12. He already holds aggro, okay. Guess that makes sense though. I actually put aggro. Without Screech as well. He is getting destroyed with this guy, but my general thought is we probably want to get my pet to level 13 before we go across this area. And he's probably getting like 5% XP per mob. He's actually in 6% XP per mob. Not bad at all. I would prefer not to have that be a 2-pull. These mobs net. They kill my pet very quickly. Count. Not the net. Something really strong enough to fight 2 of these things at the moment. And I'm maybe slightly concerned about doing this quest. This pity not leveled. Obviously, it's exponentially easier as he levels up, though. Yeah, after I kill 5 more of these mobs, he levels. And then I think he gets much stronger. I mean, surely Pity's about to level, right? This next one? 2 more. That's annoying. Some would say tragic. You got no XP for that. And he's so close to getting... I mean, he's still pretty dog shit no matter what I do here. He's 1. He's 99%. That would have leveled him. He probably needs to be 14, not 13 though. To be able to safely tank that stuff. Alright, Pity level 14, no level 13. Nice, still kind of a noob. Did he get any points for that? Needs 10 points. We're concerned about this dude. He's still kind of noob. This is the area. But I just don't know if I'm safe to do it. In a sea of level 17s. Okay, now he's got it. That's a big pass back for Pity. We can train him now. So I can give him Screech. We can toggle off Claw. I hear him screeching, but I don't see the debuff applying. Maybe he's strong enough. 12 points. You can technically give him bite rank 2. Wait, can I? Probably not. No. I give him some armor. Oh, a small amount of armor either, actually. I don't know what his armor's at. Pet. That was a good amount of armor, actually, we gave him. Right, this is a bit of a test for Petty. We're going in against 2 mobs. So far, doing pretty good. And he's doing a lot of threat too. That seemed good. I'm impressed. They're his level, but he didn't take much damage. You can't get more impressive that quickly, man. It's also classics. You have to kind of temper your impressiveness, you know, how impressive it actually is. This is classic, yeah. Y classics, they're like doing it. I mean, I'm doing a little bit between. We're probably going to MoP as soon as MoP comes out in the next month or so, right? But in between then, I don't know if retail's popping off super hard at the moment. Or I'm still playing retail as well each night a little bit. Right now I'm just catching up to Chuck. You know, bring them back? In what sense? Three killers? Maybe through trading posts? Maybe? I don't know. I mean, it'd be sick, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, Mythic Plus is sick. I really enjoy Mythic Plus too. How the fuck do I do this? What do I have to do? These are... I don't know how you do these pulls. Like, safely. Unless Pity levels again. Oh, Pity can level again. Don't fire off. Like 5 mobs. Pity is 85% to like 4, I think 3 mobs. 5% per? 5% per is 2 mobs. Pity got destroyed by that. These mobs are mauling my pet. Don't fucking die. One mob. You know, better than you. I haven't said I'm better than you on right, man. We're a MoP team name, so we're back. Seems unlikely they will, but they've just gone with the. I don't think they want teams. I think they like the flexibility of people being able to play with who they want. This wasn't actually that bad. All right, now we're at 5v5. I'm curious to see how MoP plays out with 2's rank 1s back in the game. I think it's very interesting. Yeah, we'll see how much popularity they can maintain. All right, we're back. Oh, this is interesting. Where the fuck am I going? Curious Hearth after this. Oh no, I can't Hearth. I gotta run away back. I have like some quest over to do. It's a quest that I know Chuck did. We ended up kind of grinding this entire level. Pretty much. Four spots. Needs 5 spots? One XP. Oh, it was the badass agreement, Ryok? Yeah, and I mean, I don't know what they're trying to do and why they're. I think they probably didn't want the Glad Mount to outdo the like aesthetic of the PvE ones that were coming in. A lot of times, I think somewhat intentionally they do not make the stuff they make look as good as it could. I think it's very much an intentional thing. I think unsurprisingly as well, oftentimes the season 1 stuff will look the best in any given expansion because they need to sell it as like an upgrade to the previous season. And the easy way to do that is to have like all the craziest stuff happen in the first season. I mean, I think they're currently correct in their assessment of PvP. I think PvP is not doing super well, and I think it is probably like correct for it to not be, you know. I don't know. It's hard to justify it at the moment. Is it because the game isn't popular? Well, I mean, I guess from their POV, they're not really neglecting it because they've added in 2 major game modes in the space of 2 expansions. So it's hard to say it's neglect. I would say they neglected it much, much more for the years between. So like, if you look at how much they added to PvP, Cataclysm onwards. So Cataclysm was when they added rated battlegrounds. And I feel like, you know, looking at Kata, like looking at MoP, looking at WAD, they really did nothing, right? And then they did a lot in Legion. And I think they got a good return on that development they did in Legion. And then like BFA, Shadowlands, They did nothing again. And then the last 2 expansions have been adding game modes. But there are certain aspects they didn't change over time, I suppose. And that probably what people focus on right now is like, oh, they haven't updated rewards since, forever. But I don't know. It's a complicated one. I think the game mode's very convoluted as well. So I would say you're right. Rewards are probably the most important thing. But yeah, I mean, anything they do needs to be focused heavily not on the good players. The good players get a good reward anyway. If you're just like if you're genuinely quite competitive, then the progress the kind of active learning is rewarded by doing well into other players. But there's got to be basically a payment rendered for losing, because losing, the players that play the game and lose are doing the most important service of all, right? So you need to make sure that people feel rewarded for doing that. Losing is the most important part, and currently has, it should be the lowest reward, but it should have some reward, I think. And I think that's where like your reward system has to come in and kind of carry a little bit. I didn't make much silver from this. I have 31, but I feel like that's not enough. I also feel like someone would have bought this thing in that time. About to be annoyed.
You need something?
No, it's still here. That'll have to do.
Have a good one.
Can't have a long flight.
Where are you going? Well, if you're looking to get there quickly, then look no further.
Damn it, man. I need 4 silver for the flight, and I got 42. Oh, God. Oh, wait. I can almost get it.
Only the finest goods. Can I help you?
Like, it's actually all kind of insane.
See you around.
Guess I'm just trying to farm a very small amount now. No, I got my Screech. That's why I don't really mind that we did a whole bunch of like detairy stuff here. Because in order to get Screech, I had to go all over the place anyway. I think warriors are still. Oh yeah, it's actually interesting. I would not want to be a. Oh my god, being a tank. RP needs to level more than one character, I feel like, for this now to think about it. Right? Don't tanks just get fucking annihilated? Like, without world buffs? How do you survive? Like, you can just randomly die. I feel like Ampi being... I'm like scared because Ampi is going to be main tank again, I assume? This guy's dying. Oh no! I'm trying to help you! What's going on here? I'm trying to help you, mister. You're way too low. This is way too big of a pull. Get you fucking walk, man. I mean, a lot of a lot of vanilla is about how well you scale with world buffs, yeah? Like in raiding. That's why hunters are like so dog shit. But when I played, they were so good. And it's because like a lot of the buffs don't even have an effect on hunters. Like I don't think the attack power component on Oni buff, for example, or any of the buffs has any impact at all on hunters. Hunters scale with like some of the world buffs. But then some world buffs literally hit them like with everything. Like Rend is attack speed and attack power, I think. And then like Oni buff is 300 AP and like a whole bunch of crit. They get both effects from that.
These great beasts know
And then
that you
I don't know even if the 200 AP from Diamol applies to both, but
time. Light bless you.
they didn't make it into all though. I don't think Oni gives you normal attack power. I'm pretty sure. I think it's just the crit for hunters. I could have sworn there was like some aspects of it that were really dog shit for hunters. Well, in Soul they did, yeah. It was also like a double dipping effect on warriors too, right? Because it like gave them more rage. Like they hit certain breakpoints. Like warriors just hit certain breakpoints with AP and crit scaling. And they just don't hit those anymore. How long's this flight? 4.5 minutes. How's my download going, Av? Let's see. This thing is at... Bro, it's going really slow. How fast was it downloading before? Like 5% more. I mean, it's got to go faster than this. Maybe it was going like much faster than this. It'll jump up now. Stream's holding on. Yeah, I mean, Warriors didn't even like Warriors got to a point where their scaling with world buffs was so powerful that the gear part didn't matter much. They literally got to the point where like it wasn't actually about their gear, it was about buffs. You needed to have like a few major pieces of gear, but gear scaling was actually way less substantial than world buffs. And that's why I'm really confused about how they're going to make that work. At what point did you start worrying about where Zico's at? What do you mean? He's a grown-ass man, man. I see him playing games on my Beta every so often. I assume he's just taking a break from streaming. Now is like technically speaking one of the roughest times, I think. Like Chuck was talking about it yesterday. He was like, this is one of the roughest times he's ever streamed. Just because it's like a really weird point where you've got 3 different versions of the game that are all kind of vying for attention. You've got classic, you've got retail, and you've got classic MoP all at the same time. But all 3 are actually kind of down bad as well. You can kind of assume that MoP will do well when it comes out initially, and then hopefully retail will do well again when it comes out initially. and then hopefully we have something to look forward to in a new expansion. But in general, WoW generally has like a stronger showing on retail. Like normally you have this like, okay, nothing else is going on, we can just spam queue retail and retail will do well. But WoW viewership is in one of the worst spots that I've seen it in by a lot. By a lot. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a very interesting and difficult spot. Yeah, I mean that's an interesting take. You're basically saying that like OnlyFans had like a lasting effect and that players left and didn't come back. But nah, I'm thinking more about retail and it just having no real impact in this season. Season 2 has been the lowest impact WoW season I've ever seen. You know, normally a new season brings a lot of players, a lot of eyes back to the game, and they play a little bit at least. I agree as well, range, but to be fair, in WoW's case, it's very rare that everyone takes that break at the same time. Historically, like this season is an extreme abnormality. Like I said, I've streamed every season since MoP season 14, pretty much. And in that time, this is a unique case. This is the only time. I mean, we're like in season 40 or something now, right? So like in 15, 16, 17 seasons that I've streamed, I've never had a season where everyone takes off, including, by the way, we're looking at like the part that I think is most interesting about this season on retail is that this season is season 2, but it's comparable to like a season 4 of Shadowlands or season 4 of Dragonflight, both of which like actually gave no new content, right? They would literally just like refresh seasons. Somehow those seasons had better numbers than this one, and it makes no sense. Like this season brought a lot of new content. They did a good job with tuning. They've been very proactive with everything. So I'm confused how they got beaten by Shadowlands season 4 and Dragonflight season 4. The same thing last season. Last season had better numbers than other seasons, I think. I think last season, I think there were seasons that had more rank 1 spots. I think for a first season, last season was the worst first season I've seen, but this season 2 is comparable to a season 4. Nah, it's not consistent. It always gets worse. I think for a season 1, last season was not ideal. 100%. Didn't have the best opener. PV site ended really fast. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's necessarily the fault of people not wanting to watch the world first race, though. I agree it was smaller, but I don't think it was actually like an issue with like it's hard to read into. This season was unique from a like PvE competitive standpoint because the last boss was easier than the boss before it. Normally, the last boss is your hardest boss of a tier, and this time the last boss was like actually ranked beneath like the 3 bosses before it. I think it was actually like kind of just a very, very straightforward last boss for them, for guilds of that caliber, and people just didn't expect that. And I'm honestly, you know, I think when a boss is that easy, that you'd expect that Blizzard would step in and say, "Hey, hang on a second, you guys are crushing this," and then like kind of tune it the way they want it to be. But yeah, that definitely cooked them a little bit. I think the actual overall difficulty, it's not. I mean, my issue isn't the difficulty of the raid whatsoever. The issue is just the last boss. It's about a difficulty curve, right? As in, it gets harder as you progress deeper into the raid. Each boss gets a little bit harder, and you don't expect it to have such a huge drop off right at the like the finale. That's the issue. I think people expect your end boss to be the hardest boss. But I think in general, I think it's a good idea to design raids around the majority of your population that are actively interested in getting into the raid, being able to reasonably complete it without it being crazy rocket science type stuff. I think it's great that they are looking at designing the raid for a wider audience than the world first race people, because I actually think it's at a certain point negative advertising for them, right? Negative in that your average person sees how difficult those raids are, how much coordination goes into those boss fights, and goes, I can't do that. That's not me, and they don't even try. I think what you want to have is the raid look fun and people, you know, rather than really like trying to elevate the players themselves. And the players are insane, right? But I think it would be better to focus on creating content that would be fun for people to play. Like I remember watching Halondrus for the first time, and I'm like, this doesn't look fun at all. Looks fucking miserable. Like it was cool to see them struggle on it, and to genuinely have a boss that was really, really challenging, especially early in a tier. But I was like, I looked at them, I didn't want to even step into there. I'm like, I saw the people doing that boss fight. Well, why the fuck would I want to do that? You know what I mean? Like, it's not for me. Very clearly not designed for me.
Goddess.
Yeah, I mean,
Illume
they used to kill those. They used to call those types of boss fights guild killers.
At unlocking the mystery of why these creatures choose to beach themselves on the coast of Darkshore.
So it's surprising to me that there is a focus on that in every, like, to put a guild killer in every single raid
Should you come
is kind of surprising. Oftentimes raids wouldn't have guild killers.
Our research here is but in its
Basically, boss, especially like I think
of the moon. Please
fucking
this as
the anatomy of
given. Thank you.
Halondrus as a boss fight is a perfect example of a guild killer, because it goes a step beyond like the way that you actually approach that as a player. The guilds end up pissed off at their mages and the people that are bomb carriers, right? They end up pissed off with them because they are doing most of the work, and they're pissed off because most people that are pissed off with them had no part. Like, you know, it's like this weird thing where you got like 20 people in a raid, 15 of them have an easy job, and then 5 people or less have an insane job. And the thing is, sure, 15 people are pissed at the 5 people that are sucking, but then the 5 people that are sucking are pissed as well, because the other 15 people don't have to do shit. You know what I mean? So it's just like it's a bad social design. Like everyone, basically you end up in a situation where it's badly done because everyone's unhappy, right? The 5 people are pissed because their job is much harder than everyone else's. And then the 15 people are pissed because their job is easy, and they're pissed at the 5 people that are sucking. So it's just no one wins. Everyone loses. We currently have no we have nothing lined up after Liquid. Not that we don't hope to, we're looking to, but currently we have nothing lined up. Actually looking fun, yeah. Definitely. Yeah, I'm not those types of boss fights in general. I'm sure someone said, wow, they made a boss fight that was able to, you know, beat the best guilds, but like they're really not your audience on those types of things. You know what I mean? My Hellfire Citadel? Is Trill in front too? I don't know. I don't think so. I think Ryan's just been enjoying PV on retail, which is great.
To what could I possibly owe the exceedingly special honor of a person such as yourself as company? Truly it says much of my current companions, with no offense to my hosts, the noble Grells and
Most he's on it with XP, but I guess I'll do it.
presence could be considered an improvement. But please do not let my uncivil tongue drive you from the place. It has indeed been many years, decades even, since I had civil accompaniment.
Hey Logan, how you doing today, buddy?
To relate the story of
What are we up to?
I have no doubt it would surpass the limits of your patience. Let us say that mine has been a long and painful life, and this spectral form is perhaps the worst torment of all. I am
The final Frontier raid? You mean like the Nax one?
though my words
Or like when they were kind of like starting to
you, I would be grateful
stop?
beyond words if you would help me find the
Like when they killed KT?
a seal binds me, and by examining the earpieces of the sprite
Frontier is just like a remake of it's like a hardcore thing. Bro, I don't know if I remember. I mean, I did raid all of HFC, but I don't remember what the third boss did. We raided a lot back then. We ended up doing that raid with a guild called Dread, and they died in the last boss, and then I joined a guild for a sec, and we killed the last boss with them. And I got to tank it. Actually very, very fun. I wasn't a monk for it. And then we changed for we didn't love the environment, so we moved on to a different guild in Legion. Yeah, it's basically a hardcore guild. Like when they're trying to do KT or all raids without any world buffs. I don't, there's a very high chance. I think the part that makes it kind of interesting, especially at max level, not so much for leveling, but at max level, it makes it super interesting, is I think there's a really high chance they fail. I think that's the part that really makes it interesting. Very high chance of failure. I would say if I had to put like a number on it, what do you think their chances are of succeeding, of killing KT successfully without disbanding because they have too many die early? I definitely think they will need to have Petries as an option. And I think they will have many failed attempts with Petries, I think. Where they have to bail on a boss fight. I mean, they'll have multiple wipes, I think. Wipe as in they go, okay, fuck it, we lost someone important. We're gonna just Petri out. I think that will happen a good amount. I think that will be a skill that you need to have. I think in the first Frontier you never had to actually Petri for the most part. I think they never had a single wipe. I think that it becomes a bit different when the boss fights are all 30, 40, 50% longer and you're that much squishier as well. Like, consider how many upgrades you need to get to equal well buffs that you're losing. Are you allowed to have Songflower in this? $3 in retail. I've been having a lot of problems with retail add-ons actually, but I think some of them just weren't updated yet. I mean, Songflower plus, so off the bat, off the rip, you're missing 15% stats. You're missing 15% critical chance for melee. Can you have DM? I don't know if you have DM or not, but that would be up to 500 attack power, whole bunch of spell crit, a bunch of stamina, and like random hit point buffs. It's fucked. You're gonna be super squishy. I mean, to be honest, the logic I was using on Hunk is that I think that if they lose Ampi, they just may not have a leader. I think the chance of losing Ampi are reasonably high. Ampi's gonna have to make some really tough choices in terms of petring. Did Ampi actually level up and start raiding again in Frontier 1?
Bashal Ara do not possess that which I am searching. However, they have come into contact with it recently. I would reckon that by your time, not mine. Recent for me stretches into the veil of the past, almost another age. If the Grells have come into close contact with the seal that binds my eternal prison, I suspect I know the cause. No doubt the seal has come into the possession.
They definitely can mathematically do it. It's been done, yeah.
That this must be true,
The
adventurer.
boss fights that will be so.
If you can obtain it, you would
Okay,
be so close
there are a couple bosses in
that tears
Nax
fill my
that might get a little bit on the sketchier side. Lotheb comes to mind, but you have a kind of a cheese that you can use that they didn't use back in the day. Back in the day, people did not stack warriors like they do now. Or I think fire mages for Lotheb specifically were really insane. But yeah, there are a few boss fights that had like pretty big numerical checks. And world buffs basically dealt with those really well. Nah, Patchwork without world buffs is actually chill, I think. The numerical check on Patchwork is not that crazy. You can, if you're worried about specifically his hateful strikes, I think you can possibly spam, because he's not torn immune. So I'm pretty sure you're going to spam target the entire, they're just going to have like a thing where like everyone takes a certain number and they'll have like people going through a rotation of target dummies. Probably. Over and over and over again. I think you can cheese Patchwork. But you can't cheese the numerical check on Lotheb, and you can't cheese the numerical check on Thaddeus, and you can't cheese the numerical check on Saffron. I don't think that there is a big one on... Lotheb is the biggest one. Lotheb was one that people needed. Like if you could, again, I'm speaking a little bit from like just back in the day. That was the boss fight that was like felt unkillable to everyone. And then it became, suddenly when someone used will buffs, they stacked will buffs for the boss fight. Suddenly it became killable. Because it requires like It's not the healing part of Lotheb. It's literally the enrage that kills you, right? You just die after a certain amount of time. It's not like the boss. Doesn't the boss just apply? Oh, I don't mean. Wait, am I thinking of the wrong boss? That you think of Max now? You're thinking of Max now. I'm thinking of Lotheb. Max is chill. I don't think they'll have any trouble. Max is no different. You just want the big difference I think going into Max now that you'll probably experience with this version is suddenly the tank is no longer going to be able to cheese it. So previously with world buffs, the boss enraged at 30%. It does 1 enraged web. Now I don't know. Oh, I know what they'll probably do. It'll be complicated, but basically they may need to have 2 tanks that are both top threat. And have 1 tank Petri after using CDs. And that would probably cheese that. But before you could just basically use wall and last stand and reasonably just zerg your defensives. And the boss would die in like 20 seconds from 30%. But now I don't think that will be the case. I think there's a very, very high chance that the boss takes way too long to die, which then forces the tank to find a way to that you cannot survive the entire raid being webbed and not having an external. And there aren't externals. You wall and you'll be fine for the first one, and then the second one is death. But with world buffs, you'll always kill it before the second one. So now the tank, now they're going to have to do things where they have the main tank Petri. So I think at least. I think Petty's gonna hold aggro forever now, pretty much. Not until like level 40 something will I actually have threat problems with Petty. Interesting that they did no changes. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck this song is, man. I thought it would like end, man, but it hasn't. It really hasn't. Just kind of hoping it would. I mean, that was I don't even know, man. The lyrics were very cooked, highly cooked. Sometimes I feel like, you know, it's one of those songs where like they weren't thinking about the fucking lyrics when they made it. They're literally just like trying to make a specific, like, say anything to a specific fucking, like, yeah, I don't know. There are not many of these things to kill that actually drop the thing I want. Oh, there's one down here. They're kind of rare though. That I don't think game sponsorships in general are like kind of like that. And I haven't been off from them for in a long while. They were sick though. They're really fun to play. It's unfortunate. It's one of my favorite ones to play. I don't have any offers from the people that were part of that in a couple years. The thing I loved about that was the second one, I got to go further. So it just ended up being like an extension type thing. And then Erin kept playing afterwards. Because it was a game that she really loved. Nothing wrong with that. It's a good game. I don't usually branch out too much. Tomorrow being an exception to that. There we go. I was about to like, yeah, we're getting a little bit annoyed by that. Wait, but my inventory was full, so I didn't actually loot it. Oh, I did loot it. It says I looted it. Oh, do I have to use it? I have it. Oh, just get it and that's it.
It is hard for me to even believe that what I hold now is that which has held me for so long. Let us waste no time, adventurer. When the seal is destroyed, I might walk the forests of the earth freely again. It was the craft of one of the most powerful of the Highborn that created the seal that formed my prison. In Amatharan, the ruins to the south that are twin to these, persists even today an ancient flame, blue in color. In this flame, this seal could be destroyed. Be wary in the ruins, adventurer.
A sample there, but a Matheron? That's gotta be over here. Okay. Hopefully good. I didn't get to be around for the very end of it. Sadly. Well, I think I left 5 out of 6 hours before he ended actually. And then I kind of woke up like right after he ended. My friend convinced me my cooks were playing on a 4K monitor at 60 FPS. No, I mean what are your goals, Hydra? Your goals to be like, I guess it's like not optimal nowadays to play at 60 FPS when you can play it higher than that, or like 60 hertz. But most games, like playing, most titles can't push above 60 FPS at 4K. Now, MoP is an exception. You certainly can play above. You certainly play 4K at higher refresh or higher FPS than that. But in general, no, I don't think it's cooked. A little bit worried about this. Pity needs to level up a bit. These are low-level mobs mostly. The problem with these quests is you don't have much breath. Hmm. I mean, again, without frame generation, frame insertion, it's pretty impossible to get above 120 at 4K for most. So no, it's not low. It's practical. I think 4K 60 is also practical. I think like say a 4K 240 is very impractical. Um, Kind of crazy how little time you actually have. Drowning is one of those things they left quite lethal in the game. I mean, maybe. I don't think high refresh rate 4K is super practical in most things. With the exception, like so 5090s and all that, it's all DLSS stuff. If you want to actually play at high refresh rates, you can for motion clarity, but you're gonna have to sacrifice like it's kind of like a pseudo 4K quality at that point, because the way that those things work is they subsample, I think, like with lower. They use you have like yeah they work in weird ways. It's not perfect. There are artifacts and stuff. We did that. There are a lot of titles right now that I think don't get 60 FPS at 4K right now, even with the most insane setups. Just depends on how like some games just like highly prioritize detail. I think it's right home. It looks like it's right home. Yeah, they have the monitors exist for sure, Sumi. And again, those are semi-practical when you take into account frame gen. And they've gotten really insane at it, and obviously over time. But yeah, if you look at like how much crazier 4K is than 1440p, it's disgusting. Like the number of pixels, let me see. So 1440p has 3.7 million pixels. 4K has 8.3 million pixels. So it's more than twice as hard to actually work with. Are you playing 4K, Sumi, or what are you playing? I think it's coming FPS tone is low. The higher FPS, even with your refresh rate being, I think it does affect your, like, you get more up to date frames. It just depends. I think the rule of thumb with FPS is you want to have as much as you can without bottlenecking your GPU. If your GPU is working too hard, then it has the opposite effect. What's your setup like, Sumi? I can fight a level 20. Apparently I can. I'm surprised that my pet holds aggro that well on a mob that's 5 levels higher than it. Oh, your second monitor? So you're playing 4K, you're not displaying it 4K or what? Pity pulls aggro nowish. Level petty. I mean, I guess I already beat one level 20 version of it. He's getting blasted. That's crazy. Wasn't even close. I expected that to be like Pet almost dies type thing, but Pity actually lived it really easily. Yeah, Pity 7. Oh, there he goes. Instantly. How many frames in Classic? 359. Oh, it's pretty capped at 360. I mean, Classic doesn't have to do much, right? You're functionally playing a game from when you're playing Classic, you're playing a game with textures from, 2 decades ago. You would expect to do quite well with it. It's also like just very simplistic in terms of what it asks of your GPU. I think I can get more than this. Again, this stuff was just designed to run on hardware 20 years ago. If you look at how much more powerful a typical GPU is today compared to a typical GPU 20 years ago, it is not close. Let's just say that much. It is definitely not close. I don't know what people use. What's a typical GPU from 2005? Best GPU in 2005 was the 7800 GTX. Let's have a look. 7800 GTX versus 3080. Bro, it is 14,000% faster than the best GPU from 2005. 14,000%. That's what compounding gains over 20 years will do. That can't be right. Maybe this is incorrect. This is his release date 2014. Oh, maybe this is when the website started. Anyway, yeah. I wouldn't expect Classic to have trouble with any modern GPU should crush Classic. Just because it's built to, I mean, even if you're playing at a higher like resolution, like you look at what other games do. Other games just have so many things going on at any given moment that your GPU has to compute. Classic is not really built that way. You would expect MoP to have no trouble even at 4K. Although to be fair, MoP is 2012 tech, so you're expecting it to be, you know, it's 7 years later, so you wouldn't expect quite like there's definitely a lot more. You look at like just the way the world looks. There's a lot more going on in MoP. I think WoW have been added a few graphically intense things in the last 20 years. Well, modern retail has a lot more going on, I think, modular, right? If you look at modern retail, they've definitely tried to improve. You look at you just take a snapshot of any given scene, right? There's a lot more going on with like the way they've got different objects built. But you look at this particular scene right now, right? And there's really very little your GPS to even look at. You've got a couple models moving around, and then everything else is very, very static. You look at like I don't know, modern, like a AAA modern game, and like in a specific scene, there'll be like a whole bunch of things going on at the same time to try and make it look kind of classy, I guess. But they had to build WoW around, I mean, to be fair, a computer bag, even an insane computer bag thing couldn't run WoW. WoW was kind of ahead of its time, but it just was asking a lot. That's no longer the case. I couldn't run WoW at decent FPS until 2017, 2018. Trying to think of the first time I got a really good GPU. I think it was 2018. That was when I played WoW from 2005 to 2018, and I just always had shit frames. I'd always be stuck in the exact same spot. Like I'd buy a PC that was an upgrade, but was still using like parts that were like end of life almost. So I never actually, like, you know, within like a year of me getting my PC, I was already getting shit FPS again. You know what I mean? Like it was already. I use my monitor. Last 2 years, I think. I have a 240 1440p one. Nothing super crazy, but it's almost what I got for Aaron, but with the 2K streaming coming in, we're using it now for a bit, at least. My first GPU upgrade was in 2008 after pickup. I don't know. That stuff's always fascinated me a lot. Like I would always read up about like the new tech coming out, and I'd always kind of be envious of it. But it wasn't until Wexo in 2020 that I actually got like a full like crazy spec PC. And then in 2018 I got like a GPU that was better than actually this was 2019. I got a 2080 in 2019. That was when I got my first like kind of like, you know, not the best, but like very close, I suppose. Yeah, retail WoW actually has gotten pretty good about graphics, and even this version of classic WoW has Legion. Like some of the Legion effects have come through, but you're still looking at textures that are so dated that it, and also like it doesn't increase how busy scenes are. The scenes are just as busy as they ever were. They just have some fancier lighting. If you played this back in 2005, it wouldn't have had the fancy lighting it has now. In fact, I think the way that dark scenes were rendered was different back then too. I roll my bags 4 slots. I've got 2. I've got 2 6 slots and 1 8 slot currently. How are we doing, Johnny?
Alyssa sent you. Then it is
Off today, chilling. Nice.
I have troubling news to report.
Glad you're getting a little break.
Means with which to deliver it. A group of warlocks has taken up residence around and inside.
I'm excited to try it doing tomorrow.
Return to Aberdeen to report.
It's downloading now.
But I was afraid that
Somewhere.
I missed something while
Where
I
is
was
it?
away.
It's downloading slowly, I'm going to be honest, but it's downloading.
Tower, but did not know
Oh, this is a sketchy quest. What am I doing here?
warlocks carry have found their way
So
to
there's high level mobs inside this tower,
complete the puzzle. I warn you
I
not to venture
think.
into the tower, however. The warlocks there are much more powerful.
I think inside the tower there are question mark mobs. The casters, right? Aren't they? It's interesting. I guess I don't disagree with you in that sense, to me. Yeah. I guess that you're saying the guild found part doesn't make as much sense, right? I think the guild found part makes it kind of interesting though when it comes to getting like lion hearts for everyone. It makes it more complicated. Yeah, and for this one, there is no world buffs. So I think what's going to happen actually is they're just going to wipe and it's going to end quickly. That's my thought at least. I think it's going to be brutal. So for this specific one, it's on the server with different rules. But the guild itself is attempting to do all the in-game content once they get max level without any wall buffs. It's kind of that's what separates them from from previous attempts, which does seem difficult. Like a 10-second cast. Does it one-shot him? He resisted it. Fine. Could be. Could be fine. But things respawn like this, they actually aggro instantly. We're like stupidly OP at this point. Can I run it above 60 hertz? Yeah, I can. 2012. 2012 is when I got my first 120 hertz monitor. It was insane. It was, and I remember like, so like I left New Zealand in 2014 and I went back there and I was like, nah, it's fine. I got my old monitor and it was like a, 120 hertz one. Holy fuck, it's terrible, man. It was like it was a really tiny screen too. It was a Samsung one. I couldn't believe I was like, I thought it was insane when I left too. But it was like a Samsung one with incredibly bad brightness. Like I couldn't, it could not fight glare at all. As compared to like what I had before that, which was like a really, really shitty. I guess it must have only been like I don't know. I'm trying to think. I feel like before that I probably had like a 17-inch flat screen of some type. 60 hertz. Probably like fucking the one I probably played the majority of my time like competing in WoW. I probably had like a 60 hertz, like 20 fucking 20 ms refresh rate or 20 ms latency monitor or something. The funny thing about monitors is I think CRTs, at least initially, crushed all CRTs crushed all LCDs. Well, also the refresh rate initially, right? I think CRTs all started with 120. Like a 120 CRT wasn't that crazy.
This should shed some light on this warlock's gathering.
I guess it was like the tech itself. They could usually run like lower
Having no
resolution but higher refresh rate without too much trouble.
their plans must be. There is no more time to delay. Warning must be delivered to Delgrin immediately. My master, Delgrin the Purifier, is a
But
paladin who has graciously offered
I think they were really bad for your eyes
forests from the forces of the demon.
because CRTs like refresh line by line, right? And then LCDs go pixel by pixel. I mean, you still have a similar thing happen where it takes a certain amount of time to refresh the entire thing, but it's not as crazy as every single, like it would, to display any image, it had to refresh the entire thing. It just would spam refresh. It's like weird that your eyes would put up with that. Yeah, I mean, the higher your frame rate, even if your monitor can't display it, it still like slightly reduces input latency, right? Because your screen will still refresh with whatever the most recent frame is. What's your Dune server, Johnny? Is that what it's called? Greedy? Is that what it's called? Okay. I don't remember that. I mean, if there's any particular time you're around tomorrow. Oh, okay, gotcha. Can you actually move servers? But you can't move from like greed, right? Gotcha. My inventory is so fucked, man. God damn it. My pick, what up? Same level as me now. Maybe I'm out of level. Goal tomorrow is to play this, and I also want to play. Av was kind enough to get this for me. I'm hoping to play this, and I want to try out for a different reason. I've been trying to get a copy of Mind's Eye. I've heard mostly, honestly, like mostly bad things, but it sounds fun. I've heard a lot of bad things. I bet I'll randomly enjoy it though. My Steam name? It's a code, I think. I think it's Mez, but do I have to click on my thing? How do you get the, I don't know how I got it before. Is it this? I don't know how you get the thing to share. Is it under friends? I don't know how you hit the plus. Plus on the friends list. Oh, there it is. That the friend code? Have helped me find it before. I haven't used Steam very much, to be honest. Not recently, anyway. I mostly just play WoW. I just basically haven't played in but WoW. Track played him in the 94-month resub, man. You added me? There it is. Confirm. Is it possible to find me in thing with us being friends, like in Dune? Reading Steam reviews of different games? Oh, nice. Is any the right type of bad? These are kind of annoying. You've received a copy. Wait, how do I see this? I see an email that I'm pretty sure is it inventory? Wallet? No. I don't know how to see it. It took me a second to find this last time. Store, community, no, library, collections. Accept the email, then it shows up in the library. Thank you, buddy. That's we got everything. We're sort of tomorrow. Accept gift. Open Steam. Wait. I'm a little bit confused. Is it down bottom? Click library now. Oh, it's there. Home, collections, home. Did it accept it? No, I think I had to find my inventory. No, I wasn't sure it would show like my address or anything, but to be fair, it's set up for New Zealand anyway. I've got like these just games from I think randomly playing stuff on stream at different points. There are a lot. No, I don't think so. I think the last time I used Steam like a lot was before those were a big part of things. Fuck. It's not showing up there until I accept it, I think. I gotta find my inventory. Activating. Oh, it says we've started it. Okay, I think does it take time for it to show up? I mean, PoE one's an option tomorrow. I kind of feel like we might not have as much time as we might think with both Dune and that. It's instant. After accept, I gotta find my inventory then. Somehow I found it before. Yeah, I've got a. It's before it was like I'm trying to think where this. The only time I've ever been gifted anything on Steam is today. So I'm not, it's not that we're completely, we're not a complete idiot when it comes to this. It's just like I've never actually been gifted anything on Steam before. To know how the interface works for it. There was an inventory for it somewhere. At the top of stream, hover your name inventory. That's what I thought. It would be something like that. Weirdly, I don't see inventory anymore. Wait. Inventory. There it is. There it is. We found it. There it is. And then when we drag it down to show you, because it's somehow I've hovered over everything. Pending gifts. A gift from Johnny. Unredeemed. Mind's Eye. We gotta download both these games. I think it's a bit ambitious that I can play it now. It hasn't downloaded it at all yet. Thank you very much, Johnny, buddy. No, I gotta. I wanted to be able to stream. If I turn stream off, I'll let it download at full speed. I wanted to have them both. My goal is to have them both set up tonight, so I don't have any downtime tomorrow. I'm more okay with downtime. I'm more willing to have downtime tonight. But yeah, the goal for tomorrow is Mind's Eye, Dune, League with Aaron. This is something that she requested, and maybe Marvel, or maybe PoE 2, maybe PoE, maybe I don't know. There's I guess a lot of things you can do. I guess I'll play CS2 as well. I feel like between those four, especially because apparently Dune is a 6-hour tutorial, is what I was told. I've thought it has a 6-hour tutorial. So, considering it has that long of a tutorial, you probably want to at least play through that entirely. And then I got told that Mind's Eye is kind of fast. Nah, Chuck plays, or sorry, Sam just plays Valorant now. He hasn't played, I don't think he plays CS anymore. There's all these things are over here, but I mean, I heard the majority of the problems with Mind's Eye were to do with the fact that it had a ton of problems on launch, kind of like when Cyberpunk came out. Apparently not as bad in that sense, but Cyberpunk turned into a pretty good game. It just took a couple years. Oftentimes, companies are kind of like forced to release a product a little bit earlier than they're ready for, and that's why like the meta now has become early release games, early access, where they specifically say that it's not the finished product. But with Mind's Eye, they didn't do that. They just released it as a full product, and I think that may have contributed to some issues they're having. But they also just, yeah, I mean, there's more to it than that, even with Mind's Eye, I think, too, because their companies, they wanted to create like a, I don't know if you guys have looked into it. They had a game called Everywhere they were trying to make, well, not a game, like they were trying to make a Roblox type thing, like a high quality Roblox was their plan. Roblox is like obviously like it's like, you know, it's a way to make lots of games. Most of them end up being brain rot titles, but it was like a way for people to make a very low friction to make developing content for people, and very open ended, so you can make little mini games. And they wanted to do the same kind of thing with Everywhere, where you could have low friction making like but high quality games. And the thought was that maybe, or at least what I read, was that they were out of cash. They had to release something, and they weren't quite, like, Everywhere wasn't ready yet. So it was like somewhat forced. Thank you very much, anybody. It's gonna be a few hours before I can start doing. I could probably. I may just let it go super fast in a sec. Sora, what is the question, buddy? Do you even play Discord Brace nowadays? So you actually get the bolding in that. I can appreciate that. So, you don't play Discord Embrace in threes generally now, no. And shuffles you might, and then BGs you probably always do. But in threes, it actually just legitimately feels like you can get trolled super hard by deciding to play it, so better not to. Teams can just play around it so easily. The only people I've seen consistently playing it still are like people playing Deathbringer and just trying to one tap. Loot those. I only use unplayable. Have you played? I mean, the only comp I've seen succeed with Unholy so far is DHGK, but Generally, people don't replicate MVQ success with DH either. So it's a difficult one. You're playing that game with past 2.4? Which DH you got? I don't know if it's played with Odrid is the other thing. I don't know. They played it with Paladin. Paladin's interesting because I think you just run a lot. When you play Paladin comps, you just AFK on a pillar and run. I mean, I wouldn't expect too much from it personally. It could be, but I wouldn't. I don't know. I don't know if it's innately that powerful. That patrolling resp one could cause some issues. Something like that. How the fuck do you... It's a 3-pull. I don't know how I feel about doing a 3-pull. I think I'm doing that. I've thought about it a good amount, and I just don't see a universe where I can do that with relatively low risk, especially deep in a cave. If that goes wrong, and Pity doesn't... The level 18s too. I think there's too much potential for me to make an error here. This is that classic. This thing's heal for 100% of their health. It's the exact same pull on this side. Level 17s. Okay, this pull is really sketchy. Holy fuck, that was sketchy. And we actually did a really insane thing at the start too. I don't think we're supposed to do that. It didn't even drop what I wanted to drop. Huh. It's kind of cooked. That was weird. I guess I don't know what it was for then. I guess the Twilight Thugs can drop it, but don't always drop it. Wait, is that Nick? Nick the lock. That looks like it could be... That could be our Nick. Is that our Nick? Hey, Johnny. Oh, it is Nick. Wait, Nick. Come kill these mobs. I'm back here. I'm not strong enough to kill him on my own, I don't think. I mean, I almost died to 3 like low level ones, so it's a 3 pull that is down bottom here. I think it makes the quest drop, right? Is then called the powers below. I think it drops in the Twilight Thugs. Oh, I heard that was good. You don't like it?